So TCH Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking at some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was
Great.
Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time. This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
And those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good. The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, but I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is French toast steaks. Oh my gosh. Man.
That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top.
This is the best dessert I've ever had.
With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but
That's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like,
That'd be $80.
3 times the price.
It would literally be like $24.
Trailblazer Poker Tour, brought to you by Texas Card House. Over $2 million in guarantees. First stop TCH Social Austin on October 16th through 28th. With 16 big events. The full schedule available now.
All right, we are getting ready to go on this Friday night here at the Texas Card House. RGV playing some PLO tonight. You can see the stack sizes on the bottom, what the players bought in for. Seat 1, Don Richard, in for 500. Every Hand Fran, in for 300. Escoyo, in for 500. Don Neto, in for 300. Baby Spider, in for 1,000. TP, in for 300. David Hoff, in for 1,000. Dorso is still not at the table yet, so we don't know what he's buying in for. And Roach in for 500. This is 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. As you can see, it is 6:51 when they started. We're on a 15-minute delay, so that should take us to 7:06. Should be 7:06. There you go, 7:06 Texas time, Central Time. So third straight Friday night, we've run the PLO, and a nice hand here, Ace-Jack 7-3, double suited. Oh, he's gonna fold it. First time playing on the stream, so kind of wants to get a feel for the table, feel for the players. And looks like a good fold as Don Neto waking up with aces here. The bring-in will be 15, but he raises it up to 10. The bring-in's 5. The most he would have been able to raise there would have been 15. With the aces. Aces, suited and diamonds. Don Richard, also with a suited ace. And it's going to come king high with 2 5s. Nobody with a 5. $30 in the middle. Don Neto going to be betting the pot of 30. And that's going to get the job done. So a couple of new faces tonight. Seat 3. New face. And also seat 7. David, a new face on the stream. Don Richard played on Friday night's stream. Every Hand Fran also played last Friday night. Don Neto as well. So I believe we have 2 or 3 new players playing for the first time on the stream. There is a $10 button straddle. The action does start to the left of the straddle, so it does not jump the blinds as it does in some places. I believe they call that either a Mississippi straddle or a Hard Rock straddle, but everything goes in order to the left of the button. And somebody not scanning their cards properly, I think it might have been C3. Like I said, it is his first time on. It's his first time on the stream, so these hands do take a little bit longer just because we have to make sure all the cards get scanned in properly. Neto, winner of the first hand, going to be making the call with 9-9-5 deuce. Baby Spider missed the first hand, but here he is raising it up with the ace, king, queen, queen. Neto making the call. David also making the call with the jacks. All the players have hearts. Baby Spider with the best hearts. And he's going to be flopping top 2. He will put out a continuation bet, and David making the quick fold. Neto with the gut shot needs a 4 for a straight, but all the 4s have been folded and all the 9s have been folded. So he's actually drawing dead here. The graphics say he is at 2%, but that's not taking into account the cards that have been folded. And now he will fold the turn. So this is Omaha. 3rd straight Omaha stream that we do here on TCH Live from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We are one of 6 Texas card houses across the state of Texas, and also one of the 6 locations that the Trailblazer Poker Series is going to be will be coming to. So the first stop's going to be at the newest Texas Card House, TCH Social in Austin. They will be making a stop there next month. And I've just been told our stop is going to be at the end of December, beginning of January. So that week before Christmas and New Year, which in my opinion has always been kind of a weird week because a lot of people are on vacation and a lot of people are trying to close out the year. So Trailblazer stop coming to Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley at the end of December. First event will be on Boxing Day. Roach in seat 9, raising it up. He has 3 aces in his hand, but one of them is suited with the club. And looks like both Don Neto and Baby Spider going to be making the call. Baby Spider defending his straddle. And he's going to pick up a good flop, as he does have an open ender. Roach will be firing out does not have the ace of hearts. And let's see what Baby Spider wants to do here. He does make the call. You can see Baby Spider's outs on the top. Actually, only 5 outs as a lot of the other cards have been folded. He does have a wrap here. And that card pairs the board and puts the hearts on there. Roach moves all in. Baby Spider immediately folds, knowing that his straight draw might not be good. So that's going to put Roach, the early leader. There's everybody's stack sizes, how much they bought in for, and how much they're winning or losing. You can see we have a double straddle on. So David Hoff, his first time on the stream, looks like he's come to gamble as he's put in the double straddle on. $10 under the gun coming from TP. He was here last week playing in C3, and he was really card dead. He was really card dead last Friday. We'll see if the deck treats him better tonight. So action is on Roach, just getting his time taken care of. Keep in mind this is a social club. You do have to be a member. So just taking care of the membership dues there. Don Neto with the queens. Looks like he's going to be saying the magic word. And that's pot in this case, the PLO game. He will be potting it with the queens. Does have one of the queens suited with the 8. That same 8 can also make a straight. Baby Spider making the call. David defending his double straddle. Roach and Fran get out of the way. And we will be going 3 ways to the flop. David needed to hit a 9, but you can see Spider has one in his hand. And it's going to come ace, ace, king. Every hand Fran had ace, king. And every player is scared of the ace. 6, that's going to give a full house to Baby Spider. And he's going to bet really small here. And I think Don Neto's going to basically go all in. He leaves himself with $15 behind. He needs a queen to come from behind. Does not hit it. And Baby Spider will show the 6s. And I think Don Neto's just left with maybe like 20 bucks. Every hand Fran letting the table know she had ace king. Don Neto going to be added on. And looks like David's, he put on the double straddle, so he's going to be putting on the regular straddle. And we do have the final seat filled. There is a wait-in list. There is a wait-in list, so we do have the final seat filled. So Don Neto added on for 400, and then we have seat 8. Baker. He's in for 380. Baker, the touchdown maker. And action's going to be on seat 8. Looks like he's going to call the 10. Does he have 4 cards? No, he does not have 4 cards. There you go. So ace, king, 10, 8. He makes the call. Roach going to be raising it up with his ace, jack, 9, 8 double suited. Don Richard does have a suited king, but not much else. He will get rid of his hand. Don Neto will be playing his button with the queen 7, 6, 4 hearts, but his hearts are no good. And Baby Spider with the straight in his hand, the 3, 4, 5, 6, looking for a small flop. So we are going 5 ways to a flop, $160. I'm sure you saw the little thumbnail. It said a 1-2 PLO. A lot of times people aren't expecting big pots like this, but pretty much the norm here, as Baby Spider will flop the wrap. So he has the 3, 4 for the straight. He also has the 6, 4. The wrap is unique to Omaha, where in Hold'em you can have a gut shot, which means you need to hit a certain card. The double gut shot or the open ender, you can hit 2 cards, and with the wrap you can hit 3 or more cards to make your straight. So that's the case for Baby Spider here, is he's able to hit 3 or more cards for his straight. So we have some straight draws versus a flush draw, and Don Neto is the only one with a pair right now. Everybody else is drawing. Roach also with a straight draw. 6 will give him a straight. Of course, he's looking for a diamond. An ace will give him the win. And I don't know if they're going once or twice. I know Don Neto normally just goes once. So they are going twice. Roach, the favorite to win right now, hits his 9. And Baby Spider hitting trips to take the first one. And the second run out, Roach will hit his flush. So they will chop up Don Neto's money. You could see the percentages there, 100% for Baby Spider. He will be playing the 5, 6 for trips. He will win half the pot, which equals to $190. And then the second run out, Roach will win the other half. So they will chop up Don Neto's money. Don Neto has already added on once, as he was left with, I believe, $20. So he added on before the hand started. And now he's going to have to rebuy if he wants to continue. Dealer will get everything taken care of. We are live on the YouTube chat. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on a couple of different platforms. Streaming on YouTube, streaming on Facebook, streaming on Twitch, and I believe there's 2 others that we stream on. The only access that I do have is YouTube. I do have access to the YouTube chat.
Barrels, table 9.
And Don Neto will, yes, indeed, be rebuying. As so far, early on, the only 2 winners are the 2 players that just chopped the pot. Everybody else in the red. So they will get Don Neto's rebuy taken care of. And it is a 1-2 PLO game. The bring-in is $5. And it looks like we have a $10 straddle under the gun from Baby Spider. So action will start to the left of the straddle. It will be 10 to play, and action will be on TP. Those are his initials. Of course, TP standing for Tony Parker. Those aren't his initials, but that's not his name. So TP with the ace, queen, 6-6 has clubs. Roach just chopping the last hand has nines with the 5-3, also has clubs. And C3 making the call with the ace, jack, 4 deuce. And Don Neto, second time he's had queens. Last time it did not work out for him. He's going to be bumping it up here to 65. He is double suited. His spades are live, his diamonds are live, and he does have a couple of straight draws that he can hit. Looks like him and TP are going to be going heads up. TP looking for clubs or a 6. Doneto looking for spades and diamonds. Four high flop. Action is on TP. Checking it to Doneto, and Doneto is saying the magic words, which is pot. Keep in mind, the dealer is wearing a headset. He is communicating with the production crew, so they do need to speak up just a little bit, and they're making sure. So it is 165 the pot. And actually, I know in most card houses, it's English only. At least most card houses in the U.S. I'm sure in Europe it's different.
How much are they going to raise? Are they talking about raising?
And from what I've seen, I've actually played in Europe. So what I've seen, it's normally whatever the country you're in, it's that language and English that are the only acceptable languages. But here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, we're located 3 hours south of San Antonio, right by the Rio Grande River, which is the natural border for the United States and Mexico. So both English and Spanish is allowed at the table here. The baker not in his seat, so he will get posted. And the dealer just letting the new players know about. So essentially, it's kind of like a tournament. Whenever you play a tournament, if you're not at the seat, you're going to get blinded out. Well, it's the same thing when you play on the stream, and the reason why is because of the action tracker, the software that keeps track of the players' chip stacks, the players' positions, and everything like that. There is no option to hit players sitting out. Roach with a nice hand here, all red cards. Ace, 9, 8, 6. Has diamonds, has hearts. Has a straight draw. Doneto making the call, just winning the last hand. He also has diamonds and hearts. And TP with diamonds and spades. So everybody with diamonds. Roach with the best. TP with spades as well. See, Roach is actually a pretty big favorite here, and that's because he has the diamonds covered, plus he has the ace high over 50% of the time. If they get to the river, he should have the best hand. And just like that, he's going to flop a full house. TP going to flop a flush. And TP's going to go all in, drawing, dead. So Roach has not snap called. He kind of wants to try to bring in Don Neto, but Don Neto will make the fold. And TP is drawn dead here on hand number 7. I said earlier he was very card dead last Friday night. So TP just has $10 left. I thought he was all in. And he's asking to run it twice, but they can run it until they run out of cards, and he is not going to win as Roach flopped the nuts. And TP hits his flush draw. Actually, TP was not drawn dead. If the 8 of spades would have come on the turn, it would have given him a straight flush draw, but maybe the 4 and the 9 were already folded, so that's why the software said he was drawn dead. So hand number 7, we will have our third rebuy of the night. It is a $300 minimum buy-in. There is no maximum. There is no cap. 2 players bought in for 1,000.
Barrels, table 9.
I believe 2 players bought in for 500. And then 3 players bought in for 300. So David Hoff going to be put in on the straddle. I believe it's 15. The max is 15. But the dealer will confirm that. I think the dealer announced 25, though. So I know if you're under the gun, you could either fold, you could come in for the $5, or you could raise it up to 15, which is why I thought the max straddle would be 15. But maybe this is something that the players talked about beforehand, saying they could straddle up to 25 on the button. Every hand, Fran, not going to play that hand. Escoyo going to be folding. Don Neto making the call. Ace, queen, 3 deuce. The 3 deuce are suited in clubs. And it looks like, it looks like he's the only player with clubs, but Don Richard has clubs as well. King, 9, 3 on the flop. Baker flopping top pair. Don Richard also flopping top pair, but he only has a queen kicker. And Don Neto flopping bottom pair. Doesn't have any backdoor draws. Does have a backdoor straight draw, but no backdoor flush draw, so a bit of a splashy call here by Don Neto, but it was only 35, and I think that's why he made the call. Action is on Roach. Roach does have a gut shot, needs a 10. He also has backdoor spades. And he's getting a very good price, like I just mentioned. It's only 35, but he's going to make the fold. It's going to be a 5 of hearts. And Baker, still with the best hand, checks it. Ace King going to be the winner here. Baker will bet out $50. Don Richard, I think he has to call here. It's only $50. He has a decent pair and a decent kicker, but he doesn't have the best kicker. The best kicker will go to Baker, and the pot will go to Baker. He's playing Ace King. You do have to play 2 cards from your hand, and you can only play 3 cards from the board. So he's playing ace king. The 3 cards he's playing from the board are going to be king, 9, 8. So he's winning the hand with a pair of kings, ace kicker. You can see went to showdown. We're still not even 10 hands in. This is hand number 9. And looks like we do have a button straddle. It's going to be $10. Roach making the call. Every hand Fran. Double suited with spades and hearts just makes the call. And Baker will check his option as we are going 6 ways to the flop. And it's going to come 8 high. Don Richard hidden middle set. And he's going to bet the pot here. Every hand Fran, open-ended, needs a 5 or a 10. Also has some backdoor spades. Don Neto needs a 5 for a gut shot. Is that right? 3. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of exactly what the players are drawn to because they can only use 2 of their hold cards. Sometimes it looks like they might have a straight if you're using 3 of their cards. Trying to figure out what Don Neto needs here. He needs a club for sure. Fran picking up that backdoor flush draw. And Don Ricardo's gonna pot it again. So if this was the ace-high flush draw, Fran would probably be going all in. But she did pick up a flush out, so she's gonna go with it. So Fran with the straight draw and the flush draw going up against the set here. And Don Richard, he's old school. He just runs it once. Fran just has ace high right now. But she does have a lot of draws. And Omaha is a game of draws. She just showed Don Richard what she had. And just a real quick delay as the computer catches up with the players. Like I said, with all the different cards and all the different actions, sometimes the computer needs to catch up, and that's why the dealer has not rivered. So if you want to see every hand Fran win, make sure you hit that like button. Every hand Fran needs a spade. It does not pair the board. A 5 or a 9. The board's actually reading wrong because it is an 8, and the turn's actually out. The turn's the deuce of spades. So like I said, the reason why the dealer has not put the river is he is talking with the production crew, and the production crew is letting him know that he needs to just take a quick pause as the graphics catch up. We can see somebody folded 2 10s there. So for Fran is open-ended. with a flush draw. That jack of hearts should be an 8. An 8. So there it is. Oh, wow, she just has 1 out. Her spades should be live, too. Is it showing that her spades are live? Oh, yeah, so the board's not reading it properly. That's what it is. And she hits both of them. So Fran actually had more than 1 out because the outs were based upon what the computer thought the board was. As the cards, the flop got read wrong. So that's why it was only showing 1 out. I mean, I knew she had more than 1 out. I knew all her spades were live, but the deuce of spades was not showing and the 8 wasn't showing. So Fran will get there on the river. And somebody once told me, PLO, you never want to flop the nuts in PLO. And the reason why is because it's hard to get away from your hand. So Don Richard gonna take a hit. And I believe the dealer's just letting the production crew know exactly what the hand is, because if it thinks that Richard won, it's gonna add the chips to his pot, to his stats, excuse me. So they're just making sure on the computer that the right player won. That way we'll know. There we go. You can see that they corrected it there. See, because it was a jack. That 8 was a jack before and that deuce was a 7 before. So the reason why they corrected it is now we know exactly how many chips Fran has, which is 635. So we do apologize for the delay, but the card reader picking up something wrong, and we needed to get it corrected because basically with any sort of computer program, pretty basic stuff, trash in, trash out. So if you go and you punch in bad information, well, the computer's going to generate bad information for you. So they just wanted to make sure that all the information was right for the computer. That way it knew exactly who to award the pot to. That way we can keep track of all these stats, like the pre-flop raise-in, went to showdown, everything like that. So every hand, Fran, with the early double up, and we will go to hand number 10. TIN 10. Looks like a $10 button straddle from Roach. As I said earlier, I know a lot of times people will see 1-2 PLO and kind of think that it's a small game. But as you can see, that is not the case, as it is a $5 bring-in, and just because of the number of possibilities that the players have, the pots build up real fast. So Roach will put out the other $20, and we're going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come King, King 9. Don Ricardo flopping trips. He flopped the set last time, flopping trips this time. And he is betting the pot once again. 2 players with hard draws, but normally it's not a good idea to chase your flush on a paired board. That's just in general, but especially in Omaha, because if you make your flush, you still might not be good. Baker needed a heart or an 8. 4 of them are left. That's not one of them. Don Ricardo, $372 in the pot. We can see Baker has $403 in his stack, and he's gonna bet about half pot, it looks like. He's betting 130. Baker making the call, still has the same number of outs as he did before. We can see Don Ricardo actually has 2 of the outs in his hand.
Yeah, they kicked me out. They said it was for VIPs only. Get to the curb, they said.
And they will check it down. Don Ricardo will show his trip kings. He will be playing the king jack. There's the king. Now let's see the jack. 4 cards to win. You need to show all 4 cards to win. And he finally does flip over his hand. So pretty much just like Hold'em, you have 2 cards. You need to show both those cards to win. Those were the 2 cards you were dealt. PLO the same. If you want to win the pot, you need to show all 4 of your cards. Even though you're just playing 2 of them, you still have to show all 4 of your cards to win the pot. So we do have a re-straddle. And it's actually going to be dead. They're going to tell him to take it back. So we do have the regular straddle under the gun from Don Neto. Baby Spider put on the double straddle. And then David put on the triple straddle, but TP did not put on the straddle in between. So David was not able to straddle, and it looks like it worked out for him as he didn't have a good hand. Baker making the call, as does Roach. Roach is double suited. Baker also double suited. And they're letting the table know about the PLO quads. So quad deuces. So PLO quads of the day are deuces, and that payout is over $1,000. So the staff just letting them know. Neto confirming that it was a double straddle. And I believe he is potting it with his hand. Ace 9, 8, 7 hearts. And Baby Spider wants to play this hand, Jack 6, 4, 3, but he wants to play it heads up. So he is making the raise. So Don Neto essentially moving all in, and Baby Spider raising, trying just to play the pot heads up with him. But Roach with his double suited hand is coming along. So Don Neto all in for the main pot, and there will be a side pot. You can see the side pot on your right, the main pot to your left. And that's a pretty good flop for Baby Spider as he flops top 2 pair. Don Neto flopping a straight draw and a flush draw. Needs a 6 for a straight or a heart for a flush. Roach pretty much missing everything. has some backdoor diamonds, but I don't think he's going to call $715 with backdoor diamonds. The bet puts him all in, and he will make the fold. So Baby Spider will win the side pot, and now Don Neto looks like he has 3 outs. So full house for Baby Spider. And he will scoop the pot. He will have the full house with the Jack 4 and the straight with the 6-3. And Don Neto cannot believe that he lost both boards with a straight draw and a flush draw. So Roach in the green, every hand Fran in the green, and Baby Spider, he bought him for 1,000 and he's up just over 1,000. Everybody else in the red. I do not know if Don Neto is rebuying. I know he has already rebought. Well, he added on once and then rebought another time. But we do have a waiting list, so that seat will be taken if he does not rebuy. Under the gun straddle from TP. David Hoff making the fold. Baker making the call. Dealer just reminding him making sure to get the cards scanned properly. Roach raising with his jacks. Jack 6-3 has slips to go along with it. Don Richard has spades and diamonds, but the deuce really isn't working with any of the other 3 cards, so he'll make the fold. Avery Ann Fran also with spades and diamonds, but all of her cards are working together as she has a pocket pair and a 4-3 working with the 5 to make a straight. TP with a really good hand here, especially with the straddle. He has ace, king, queen, deuce. And he's going to hit top 2 pair. And looks like he will lead out into the pre-flop raiser. Baker flopping top pair with the king kicker. And he's going all in here. So Baker needed some spades. Baker needed some spades here or some straights. 7 of spades will give him a lot of outs. Oh, there are the spades. And he will go runner, runner, flush. And TP's not going to believe it. As I said, last Friday night, TP was very card dead, which sometimes isn't necessarily a terrible thing because at least you're not going to be losing money. But now, TP seems to be running pretty bad as he got all in last time, the flush draw versus the full house, and then gets all in this time, top 2 pair versus runner, runner, flush. We still have a long way to go as we're not even an hour into tonight's game. So he still has time to make a comeback. But the start has definitely not been good for TP. And let's see if somebody took Don Neto's seat or if Don Neto rebought. There are chips on the table. I do not know who they belong to. Roach with the ace-king makes the call. It's actually $5 to bring it in. And I think that's what they're correcting. As instead of calling, they need a punch-in raise. And that's why you saw the graphics flash up a lot of times. So normally if a player calls, as did Roach, they would just hit the call button, but since it's actually a $5 bring-in, then they have to treat it as a raise for the graphics to work properly. Diamonds on the flop. And it looks like C3 going to be betting the diamonds. He also has a straight draw. Roach turn into pair. Escoyo still has his flush draw, and now, as I said, has a backdoor straight draw and can now hit a 9 for a straight. But he's gonna miss. And Roach is gonna bet just under pot. There's $100 in the pot, and he's betting 85. Quick fold. So Baby Spider will put the straddle on. I believe it is 15. 15 en español. We'll see what the dealer announces. So about an hour into tonight's stream, this is 1-2 PLO, Pot Limit Omaha, and we are at the Texas House, Rio Grande Valley, located in Edinburgh, Texas, 3 hours south of San Antonio. Action is going to be on TP. He's the small blind. 15 if he wants to play. Roach with the kings. Does have hearts working. And looks like he's thinking about raising. So it'll be 15 times 3, which would be 45, plus the 15, so it'll be 60 if he wants to go pot. And looks like he wants to go pot. Also looks like Don Neto is back. Every hand Fran. Haven't seen her hand yet, but she's going to be double suited. Hearts and diamonds. Baby Spider going to be defending his straddle. He's also double suited. He has hearts and spades. And TP closing the action will make the call. Jack high flop. Every hand Fran flopping top 2 pair, but it is Roach leading with the kings. Every hand Fran gonna call the $100 bet. And Baby Spider doesn't want to give up his button just yet. Has some backdoor outs. Only has bottom pair right now. Now he has 2 pair, bottom 2 pair. Fran with top 2 pair, and Fran picking up a flush draw now. Roach is finally going to slow down. And Baby Spider pretty much calling the flop with air. And he hits 2 pair. And this is going to put every hand Fran in a weird spot. The 4-5 does get there. Keep in mind she does have the flush draw. If it was the ace-high flush draw, she would already put the chips in there. But she has to be 2 hands. She flopped top 2 pair. Now she has diamonds. So if Roach would have folded, every hand Fran would have gone with this hand. But with Roach calling, so Roach is going to need a jack, a 6, or a king. So every hand Fran not going to like the fact that she folded the best hand. So she would have won there. And they're going to be chopping the pot. She would have won there too as well. But instead, it's going to be a chop for Baby Spider and Roach. So they will chop up the pot. And as they chop up the pot, we would like to remind you about our $20 tournament that we do here every Friday night. Every Friday at 6 p.m., $20 to enter, 20K start and stack, 20-minute levels, $20 add-ons, $20 rebuys every Friday night here at the Texas Card House. And I can tell you, I got here probably about 6:15 today. They had already started the tournament, and the early chip leader was the Cajun Asian, who was the big winner on Wednesday night stream. On Wednesday nights, we do stream on the secondary channel, which is Texas Card House. 3 different words. That is the secondary channel. Of course, we are streaming tonight on the main channel, TCH Live. This is the channel that all Texas Card House locations stream on. The location in Austin, TCH Social, they stream on this channel. The location in Houston, Texas Card House Houston streams on this channel. And the location in Dallas, Texas Card House Dallas streams on this channel. And they also stream on the secondary channel, which is Texas Card House. There are 2 other locations that don't stream. One of them being north of Houston in Spring, and one of them being just northwest of Dallas, city of Irvin, Las Colimas area. Don Richard, Queen 10-6-4, hearts and spades, making the call. TP has 10 high on his button, checks, will check. And we're going 5 ways through the flop, $53 in the middle. Both blinds folded. And does anybody flop a straight? It looked like somebody flopped a straight, but nobody did. Yes. Escoyo flopped a straight with the Queen 9. Doesn't have ace queen, so it's not the nuts. But he does have backdoor diamonds and backdoor spades. Don Richard only betting 30. And he's going to get raised here. this hat say Bueno Bye? I believe C3 is a poker dealer at one of the card clubs in the San Antonio area. I believe I've seen him before. So both players backdoor flush draws. Don Ricardo has backdoor spades and hearts. And Escoyo has backdoor diamonds. His spades would not be good. Don Richard looking for an ace to take the immediate lead. And you can see one of those backdoor draws coming. So now he has a flush draw. And does anybody have a pocket pair? So the Queen Jack is going to win here. So Queen Jack wins. You have to play 2 cards. It's going to be Trip Kings. Well, actually, he's playing it straight. Queen 9. He's playing it straight. So if Don Richard would have had a pocket pair, he would have had a full house. He's actually playing it straight. And Don Richard's playing Trip Kings with a Queen 10 kicker. And that's going to get Escoyo into the green. Maybe Spider's still out in front. Over $1,000. Doneto is back. And he is in for, I believe, his 3rd or 4th buy-in. As David Hoff will put on the straddle on the button. I believe it's 25. And I believe that is the max. The max on the button, at least. Under the gun, that's a different story. And I take that back because under the gun's probably 25 as well. Just because this is pot limit. It's not no limit. Oh, Roach with the aces. Does have clubs. Oh, David raising with the kings. And looks like Roach is going to repot it.
He went under a pot. Huh? I don't think he potted it. Yes. Can you raise it? Oh, yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
It's 5. Yeah, 550. 155. 5. Oh, you want to pot it? Oh, I'm so sorry. I see 9 pots. 7 potted. No, sorry. 7.
So David with the kings. Raising. Roach with the aces, re-raising. And we might get it all in here. Every Fran with just 1 suit will make the fold. Is David going to go with the hand? No, David makes the fold. He realizes that somebody has aces, and he is correct. Roach will show him the aces, but David kind of already knew that. So even though David losing the pot there, basically minimizing his losses. And Baker will put on the button straddle. Looks like 10.
Barrows, table 9.
And somebody's adding on as the dealer calling for barrels. It's going to be a $700 add-on. I think it might be David that is doing the adding on.
Wow. Good run. That's a touchdown? That's a touchdown.
You guys play BT or what?
No, they all bet Miami. Everybody bet Miami.
Yeah?
So we need Virginia bet.
Yeah.
Minus 17, 16 and a half. We have $10 bonus straddle. Actually starts.
So $10 button straddle. Roach, who had aces last hand, is going to have tens this hand.
Yeah. That's all.
He is suited in diamonds, and
That's a good question.
David getting the $700 add-on taken care of. And they will update his stats. You can see Roach has over 1,000 in his stat. Lone Richard, double suited, triple connected. Just double connected. The 8's working with the jack and the 8's working with the 6. The jack and 6 aren't working, so just double suited, double connected. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. All aces, so if anybody has a pocket pair, they have a full house. And Roach has pocket tens. And it looks like Roach is going to bet here. He will bet pot. Richard also with a pocket pair. He also has a full house. Obviously, if anybody has an ace, they have quads, but we could see nobody does have an ace. And nobody's going to be calling. So Roach making the bet, hoping nobody had an ace, and he was right. There's the VPIP. Roach in at 88%. 88% in an Omaha game is a huge number. The 2 newcomers are on the bottom. They're joining us tonight from the San Antonio area. David and Esco. So it kind of makes sense why they would be the lowest VPIP. They haven't played with any of these players, so they're just getting a feel for the table. I'm sure those numbers will go up as the night progresses. Lone Richard, double suited, triple connected. And he's going to be calling for sure here. It is a $25 button straddle. Roach put it on the $25 button straddle. Oh, he folds. And a really good fold is Fran has aces right next to him. So Richard felt something was up, Don Richard. And he was right, Fran with the aces. Single suited with spades. Doneto with the kings. Also has sixes. Also has clubs. And let's see what River Roach has. River Roach has a straight in his hand. Keep in mind, you can only play 2 of those cards. You can only play 2 of them. But if any big cards come, he's going to have 2 pairs, and he's going to have a straight draw. A lot of the big cards have already been folded, though. A lot of the big cards are accounted for. They've either been folded or they're in the other player's hands. But that's not going to stop him from hitting 2 pair. He also has diamonds. So really big flop here for Roach. You can see he's up against aces and kings, and he's actually at 76% to win the pot here. $241 in the middle. Fran does have the ace of diamonds. So she will be making at least the call 1 time. And Doneto calling with his over pair. So Roach with 2 pair, a flush draw, and a straight draw. Like I said, if he hits the flop, he's gonna hit it really good. Board pairing, but that is one of the cards that Roach does not have. And now Fran, every hand Fran takes the lead. She has aces and 8s. 3 breaking off on the river. Every hand Fran winding up with the best hand, and she's going all in. Doneto has the king of hearts. I thought it came runner hearts, but that was not the case. But he does have the king, and he does not want to fold. I don't see how Roach can call here now that the board is paired, because he still has 2 pair, queens and 10s, but he knows one of these players has a bigger pair, and he was right. As a matter of fact, both players had a bigger pair. Every hand Fran will show the pocket aces. She will be playing aces and 8s with a queen kicker, and Doneto letting everybody know that he got unlucky. PLO hand of the day, over $1,000. It is quad deuces. It's $100 that rolls over. Also rolling over is the football squares. It's $1,000 every Sunday night game, $250 each quarter. And if a quarter does not get hit, then that money will roll over to the next week. And that is what's happened. As last Sunday, it was $500 for the first 2 quarters and $750 for the last 2 quarters. I don't know what the payout's going to be this Sunday, but I know the rollovers are taking effect.
Oh, sorry.
And Doneto going to be adding on, as every hand Fran is finishing stacking her chips. And looks like Baby Spider's going to be coloring up. So he took a rack of red, which was $500, and he'll get 1 stack of green back.
We have a $20 we got 15.
So $15 under the gun straddle coming from Doneto.
Oh, it's having trouble. Well, someone just told us that it wasn't scanning right.
All right, we got 15 million.
Baby Spider making the call. And you can see our chip runner, Maria, bringing the chips. So Baby Spider actually now has a baby of his own. Recently became a father for the first time, so congratulations to him. Every hand Fran had aces last hand. She has aces again, and she's going to say pot, taking it up to 110.
No, it's 125.
Yes.
125, actually. I believe seat 3, who, like I said, I think he's a dealer in the San Antonio area.
110.
Confirming with the dealer.
45, 60.
You can see he's pointing out all of the different chips that are out there.
I counted extra.
No, they have to.
So it's actually 110. He counted an extra stack. Thought it was 125. Doneto, King 10, 4 deuce. Trying to get unstuck, making the call. And that's going to bring along Is it going to bring along Don Richard? No, it's not. So it looks like we're going heads up. These two players just tangled. Aces versus kings. Every hand Fran had the aces last hand and they were good. And she's going to hit top set here. And she's going to put Don Neto all in. Don Neto says, I'm pretty much pot committed. Only has $75 left. He needs a jack for a straight. Jack of diamonds for fun? Looks like they're going twice. Is that correct? The dealer flashing up the peace sign, which normally means twice. And you can see the graphics getting ready to run it twice. So that's going to be every hand Fran. A 5, and that's also going to be every hand Fran. So every hand Fran aces in back-to-back hands and beats the same opponent again. So rough night for Don Neto. And every hand Fran will get to stack more chips. And they will be changing out dealers. You can see Baby Spider up over 1,000. Every hand Fran up just under 900. Roach up over 400. Baker in the positive. Escoyo also in the positive. And then everybody else in the red. And I believe somebody will be taking Don Neto's seat.
All right, thank you guys, really good luck. See you guys in 1 hour.
Don't forget about the 2-for-1 time every Wednesday and every Sunday all day. So normally it is $12 an hour. That's pretty much the charge. The charge to be in the building. The cover charge, if you will, $12 an hour. But you can buy up to $100 a time on Wednesdays and Sundays, and we will double it for you. All day Wednesday, all day Sunday, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. And we do have a dealer change, and we're going to have a player change as well as seat number 4. Somebody going to be taking that. And we will start things off with a double straddle. Double your pleasure, double your fun. David putting on the 20. And the players reminding the dealer that they are playing Omaha as he stopped pitching the cards after he got 2 out. Baker, Jack 10-4-3, double suited, making the call. Roach squeezing out his hand. He doesn't like it. Don Ricardo. He is potting it with the aces. It's his turn with the aces. Every hand Fran with queens right behind. We'll be calling the pot size raise. It's 95. Ace King 6-6 for David, the double straddle. He will make the call, and we will be going 3 ways to a $318 pot. David with hearts, Richard with diamonds, and Fran with spades. King high, 2 diamonds. So Don Richard flopping a pair of jacks. Of course, his aces are still good, as well as diamonds. And he is going to bet pot and show his ace jack. So we got Enrique in the box now, changing out with Jeremiah. And still waiting to see who's going to fill Don Neto's seat. Let's see if David puts on a regular straddle under the gun. And looks like he will. So it's going to be $10 to come in as opposed to $5. I do realize it can be a little hard to keep track of the hands with the Omaha, but it is a very good, very nice change of pace. And the dealer, once again, just giving the players 2 cards.
Strike 2. He gets tired, he just needs a break. Nah, that happens.
So Baker, action is on him. And looks like David's cards did not scan properly. These are special cards. They do have a chip in them, RFID chip. And Roach and Richard with queens. Richard's going to be raising it up with his queens. He's suited in clubs. Roach is suited in diamonds. Excuse me, Roach is suited in spades. And every hand Fran has the Jack 10 9-4. A little surprised she called with the dangler, as the 4 is really just hanging out there on its own. Cannot make a straight. Keep in mind you do need the 2 cards to make a straight in Omaha. So if that 9 was a 5, she would have had a chance of making a straight like that. But we're going 6 ways to a flop. And it's going to come ace high. Big flop for David here as he flops top pair with the nut flush draw. And he's going to be check raising here. Roach with the queens. Pretty much with a bluff. So both Roach and Don Richard with queens. So there can't be a queen on the board. I'm pretty sure the card reader read it properly. But both Roach and Don Richard do not believe. Yeah, it's ace. Oh, so it's the ace of clubs. So it's ace 8-6. Ace 8-6 rainbow. Ace 8-6 rainbow. And Baby Spider flopping bottom set here. And he's just going to call. And David making the fold. So once again, the board is ace 8-6. 5 on the turn. So second time we see something pick up wrong on the card reader. But like I said, it's not a huge deal when the cards are on the board because we're able to see that something scanned wrong. And Roach saying pot. Baby Spider with a set of 6s here. So Roach does have the 9-7. So he's open-ended. No, he hit it straight. He flop open-ended. I was wondering why he led with queens. But I didn't realize he was open-ended because the card reader was picking something up wrong. So Baby Spider going to put him all in. And Baby Spider looking for the board to pair. So you can see those are not the proper outs for Roach. He already has the straight. He has the 9-7. He has the straight already. So Baby Spider looking for the board to pair. So they're just getting the count right on the chips because I believe they're going to run it twice. You can see it's a $2,000 pot. They are confirming twice. I do not know what the first board was. I do not know what the second board was, but let's see the overhead shot. And it's going to be a chop pot as Baby Spider will hit quads on the bottom board and they will chop it up.
Tell you what, next time we do it once.
So it looks like we do have seat 4 filled up now, so back to 9-handed PLO style on this Friday night. So Baby Spider with the Texas Card House hoodie. And Roach also represented.
Just made 20 bucks.
Dirty stack for Roach. The green mixed in with the red. And they will clear everything out and we'll get ready for the next hand. So Roach is going to be coloring up, so he'll take 500 in red, take a rack of red, change it out for a stack of green. So 20 chips fit in each of the slots there. 5 different slots. So a rack of red equaling $500. And just making sure that everything gets reset properly. And they will punch in whoever's in seat 4 there. Looks like he brought some black chips to the table. The black chips worth 100. So the red, green, and black, pretty much universal at most casinos, with the exception of California. California does things different over there on the left coast. Their chip denomination colors are different. But pretty much every casino in Vegas, a red chip's going to be worth $5. The green chip's going to be worth $25, and a black chip's going to be worth $100. And that is the case here at the Texas Card House. And that's going to be Dorso in seat 4. $15 button straddle. David with the Jack 10 3 deuce makes the fold, but keep in mind it's only a 1-2 game, so he's only losing $2 there. Double suited cards for the Baker. Roach with the 5s. Single suited. Ace King 10-7. Every hand Fran makes the call. And Dorso with the queens, announcing his presence with a raise. Queen, 6-3. You can see Roach get in the stack of green. Dorso with spades for the flush draw, 6-3 for the straight. And it looks like everybody's going to call Dorso's raise. Every hand Fran has the best equity right now, as she does have the 2 overcards with the ace and the king, and she does have the diamonds. And every hand Fran's going to hit the flush draw. You can still see she's still favored. This is assuming the hand goes to the river, she's going to win 56% of the time. She will check her option, and it does check around. And Fran hitting the nuts. She does have the king high flush, but the ace is accounted for, and she's going to be betting. I was going to say she's going to be betting at least 200, but she says pot, and nobody. Oh, Roach with a flush too.
That's a long kick.
So Roach with a flush too. He has a set, and he has a straight flush draw, but the 3 of diamonds has been folded. He actually only has 1 out. I don't know if Roach calls here. No, he's going to fold.
Wow.
He shows the fold. He knows every hand Fran has a flush, and he is correct.
Yeah, right? But the best kicker last night missed. Yeah, I missed the miss. That made me fucking think sports. Was that part of the script? It was good. So. I thought it was over. I turned off the TV and I took off to go to Dome the Emmy last night. And in the middle of it, I thought he hit it.
So TP trying to put on the button straddle, but the under the gun straddle does have priority. So Roach with the $15 straddle. Like I said, this is a 1-2 PLO. $300 is the minimum buy-in. Action's going to be on Don Richard. King 10-5-3 does have hearts. That's actually a $20 straddle. Confirming how much it is to call. Every hand Fran. Double suited, triple connected. And Roach with 4 diamonds in his hand will check his option as we go 5 ways to a flop. Exactly $100 in the middle.
Oh, so it's 10 first half. Yeah, it was like 8.
Roach flopping a royal flush draw, but David has the ace of diamonds in his hand. Roach still has the straight draw to go with it, but it's going to be Baker who leads here with his top 2 pair. And every hand Fran making the call as well. David with the nut flush draw comes along. A lot of diamonds have been accounted for though. Board pairing as everybody's drawn dead now that the Baker has hit his full house. So $320, and Baker is going to check. Wants somebody to hit a straight, wants somebody to hit a flush, and nobody's going to hit anything. Baker moving all in with his full house. And everybody should be folding. And that's exactly what happens. So Baker showing the king queen. So Dorso only played 2 hands, and one of those hands, his first hand, he raised. So raised first in, he's at 50%. We have 2 players that have not been the first one to raise. We have Baker and Escoyo. They have not raised. They have called raises, or they have 3-bet, but they have not been the first one to raise. Looks like a $10 straddle. Nice hand for Baker. Let's see what he has in this hand. 8-5 deuce deuce. Gonna play his possible rush. Calls the 10. Roach with the jack. 9-7-6 has clubs. Makes the call. Don Richard also calling. Dorso making the call. Baby Spider with the suited ace also makes the call. And David with the aces only raises it up to 50. 50 more, that is. And pretty much everybody except Dorso is going to call. So I don't think David potted it there, as it was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think the pot would have been like 70 if he would have potted it. But he just makes it 50 more, and you can see everybody calling. He is double suited, so very good hand here for David. Aces double suited. Has all the red cards covered. And it's going to come 10 high. Baker with the 8. And he's going to flop trips. Roach flopping a wrap. And he bets 200. See if David's able to get away from his aces. He does. So Baker winning the last hand, deciding to play this hand and hitting trips here, as Roach is going to need a hit. One of the 3 outs on top of the screen here. Queen. So that's a jack. That's going to give him more outs, as he can hit a jack now for the win. Oh, that actually gives him a straight with the 9-7, excuse me. And Baker still with the trips. We'll check to Roach. And Roach is going to put out. Roach announcing 300. And Baker calling, and he's going to see the straight. And the dealer not seeing the straight immediately, but Baby Spider, who actually started his poker career as a poker dealer, points out the straight.
Whoa, what do I got there? Whoopsie. Good ball.
High hands during the week here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Doors open every day at 9 a.m. Progressive high hands Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Is that a slow roll? Unintentional slow roll.
So doesn't look like we have a straddle on this hand. So this is 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. But like I said, it doesn't look like we have a straddle this hand, so it would just be $5 if anybody wants to possibly see a flop. making sure all the cards get scanned properly, and it's just going to be $5 to play as nobody put on a straddle, like I said. Don Richard makes the call. A double suited for Escoyo. Dorso not at his seat. Baby Spider just making the call. David making the call with the King Jack 9-10. And Baker's going all in. So Baker's going all in for 50, and it looks like everybody's calling. I thought maybe C3 would have put in a back raise there with his hand. But he just chooses to call here, and we got ourselves over a $200 pot. Empty side pot right now. And it's going to come Queen 3-3. Baker has a 3 somehow. He actually has a full house. And everybody else is drawn dead. So empty side pot. I think it's going to stay empty as nobody really has anything to bet. So Baker with the quadruple up. He will show the Queen 3, the San Francisco busboy, taking the win. So button will move. Roach will put on $10. Baker will collect his winnings. Like I said, the Omaha streams normally go a little bit slower just because it takes longer for the cards to get dealt out, and it also takes longer for the action to get completed just because there's so many possible combinations, so many ways, depending on if you're a half full or a half empty type of person. There's so many ways for you to win a hand in PLO. Of course, there's also so many ways for you to lose a hand in PLO. So like I said, it normally takes a little bit longer to get everything read properly. And Don Richard will raise it up. No, just makes the call. It's 20. Ace King 10-10, no suits for Escoyo. Jacks for TP. Oh, aces and queens for David. And he's going to raise it up to 100. His aces are his aces are suited with clubs, but aces and queens. And looks like he's going to get the call here from Ace King 10-10. Baby Spider calling with his spades and straight draws. And TP calling with his jacks. And top set for David Hoff. TP with some diamonds. David with the ace of diamonds, the blocker. Oh, and what's this? The Ace King 10-10's moving all in. So he does need a jack for a straight. We can see TP with 2 jacks in his hand. Has a flush draw. It is not the nut flush draw, which is going to make it difficult for him to call. Not to say that he won't call. He does make the fold, and obviously the queens makes the call. So he's going to need a jack. Doesn't have any backdoor flush shots. Only a jack. They're running it twice. All right, there we go. So only a jack works. Full house. And he will get scooped. So David with the $1,200 pot. And I'm not sure if seat 3 is going to rebuy. So both players from the San Antonio area, as a matter of fact, I think they both drove down together. That's going to make an awkward ride back. But as you can see, no soft playing against friends. So both seat 3 and 8 showing up together, not soft playing against each other. And the same thing is true with both seat 2 and 9, as they showed up together, but they don't soft play against each other. So $10 on the button from Don Richard. Every hand Fran going to be first to act. Let's see what she has. She's got enough to call the $10. Dorso makes the call as well. TP raising it up to 30. TP with jacks once again. Has clubs this time, had diamonds last time. Roach, ace king, 8-5, hearts. Don Richard with 9s. Every hand Fran with spades. And just like that, $150 in the middle. Queen 10-3, 2 hearts. Dorso with the nut hearts, and he's going to bet exactly half pot. Roach might get in trouble here, as Roach also has a flush draw, the king high flush draw, and he has a gut shot as well. TP making the call as well with his backdoor flush. Don Richard with top pair. Looks like he wants to call as well. And Fran, every hand Fran also has top pair. And she will make the fold though. Dorso looking for hearts. Roach looking for a jack. TP has 2 of them in his hand. And that's going to be a pretty gross card as TP hits his set, but Roach hits his straight. And Roach is going to be betting 300. Don Richard now has a straight draw, but you can see it is not good. Dorso will fold his flush draw, and TP knows that the jack completed a straight. And he's going to fold. A nice fold there from TP. A reluctant fold, but a correct fold. So Button will move over to every hand Fran. Baby Spider not at his seat. He will get posted. And TP, who just lost the last hand, will put on the $10 straddle. Not sure if anybody's going to take seat 3. I do know we have a waiting list. Normally they'll have about 15 minutes. Can lock up the seat. And just like that, Baby Spider flies in. Action's going to be on David. $9-7-5 deuce. He will put that into the muck. Baker, 7-6-4 deuce. No, sir. Roach had ace-king last time. Has ace-king again. Don Richard bumping it up to 30. King, queen, jack, deuce. Every hand Fran with the suited ace. She's in. Dorso says, why not? And TP trying to get his luck to change with the ace, queen, jack, 8. 5 ways to a flop. 152 in the middle. And it's going to be 10 high with 2 spades. Nobody with spades. Dorso hitting top 2 pair. Takes the lead. Bets out 2/3 pot. And every hand Fran hit a top pair, but she gets away from it. So Roach needed some help, and that is some of the help, as he now has top pair. Pretty much called with ace-king, and now he hits a pair. So he will make the $300 call. Looking for an ace, a king, or a tray. A 9 or a deuce also work. That's not going to be it. Dorso checking with the best hand. And Roach going to reluctantly show his ace-king, which is not going to be good. So Rebel Poker, one in seat 3 locked up. I believe Rebel Poker's from the LA area, if I'm not mistaken. It's either LA or Vegas. Maybe Vegas. That's why the Rebel Poker, right? UNLV running Rebels. All right, so $15 button straddle. TP will make the call. The string call. And David with the raise going up to 40. Let's see what David has. David with aces again. Ace, ace, 3-2 has hearts covered. And Don Richard with hearts, but he makes the fold. Every hand Fran, queen, jack, 9-6. Single suited, triple connected. And it's going to come all diamonds. Roach with the king high diamonds. David with the naked ace. Dorso just called with his aces. Kind of interesting there. diamond coming on the turn. Keep in mind, David does not have a flush. You have to use 2 cards. You have to use 2 cards from your hand. You can only use 3 cards from the board. So David is actually still playing his aces, as Roach will take a stab at it, and you can see David folding immediately, knowing that he did not have that flush.
How much? 500? Yes.
Yeah, so Rebel Poker from the LA area. What's the best card club there in LA, Rebel Poker, in your opinion?
Y'all see what the halftime line was?
No, I did not. I haven't been able to be on my phone.
Oh, Rebel Poker's actually going to be here. Yeah, so it's going to be that whole, the end of December for the Trailblazer Series. Trailblazer Series is going to be next month, TCH Social in Austin. There used to actually be some direct flights from the LA area to the Rio Grande Valley area, and they're seasonal on Allegiant, I know. And there was a direct flight, which I don't think is going on anymore, but there was a non-stop flight, because there is a difference between a direct and a non-stop flight. But there was a non-stop flight from Burbank. There was a brand new airline by the name of Avelo, and it went into Burbank and flew into Brownsville. And one of the main reasons why they set up that direct flight was because of SpaceX. So SpaceX located Boca Chica Beach, which is kind of between Brownsville and South Padre Island. So they had that non-stop flight set up between the city of Brownsville and Burbank. Of course, one of the many airports in the LA area. And then Allegiant flies seasonal into LAX. Roach with the flush, back-to-back flushes, hit a flush last hand. It's a flush this hand. And he actually has a straight flush draw. And looks like Baby Spider doesn't believe he has a flush. Roach has a straight flush draw. He's not folded. Needs the 8 of hearts, but that is going to be in Baby Spider's hand. He also needs the 4 of hearts. So he's double gut shot. It's going to be hard for Baby Spider to win here. He's going to have to bet at least 500. Him and Roach have history, and he knows that Roach is not folding a flush for anything less than 500. And he did not want to put 500 in the middle, so he will check it back. So back-to-back flushes for Roach.
There's a hand our hand that I lose to.
So Rebel Poker liking to play at the Bike and the Commerce. I have played at both those locations. The location that actually surprised me used to be called Hawaiian Gardens. Now it's just called the Gardens, but I was kind of surprised or impressed with that property. Haven't played at Hustler yet. Have played Bike. Played a WPT event there at Bike. have played Commerce, played Hollywood Park. All right, Roach with some suited cards again. Can he make 3 straight flushes?
I can't wait to hear it.
So we're going 6 ways to a flop. And it's going to be King, Jack, Jack, TP with the Jack, Don Richard with the King, and TP's going to raise it up. Making it 45. Michael Jordan. Of course, that was his number when he played baseball. And pretty quick fold from Don Ricardo. He knew somebody had a jack, and he found out pretty quick. So TP taking a small pot. $15 button straddle coming from David. The went to showdown stats are on the bottom. Action's going to be on Baker. He's in for $1 right now. Needs to put out 15 if he wants to continue. And he's probably going to continue with Ace, Jack, Jack, 10, has diamonds. Looks like he has less than 200 in his stack. The dealer letting him know it is 15. Don Ricardo with a similar hand, Ace, Jack, 10, deuce. Clubs working in his way. Oh, C3 is back. So Rebel Poker, sorry, they took your seat. So 4 ways to the flop we go. David the Straddler with the worst hand right now. And it's going to come king high. So both Baker, Don Ricardo, and TP flopping a straight draw. Baker's and Don Ricardo with an open ender. TP with a gut shot. TP's thinking about calling, as he does have backdoor flush outs. Baker gonna be calling as well. So a heart for some fun, like a 5 of hearts.
We play 1, 2? Yeah. How is it?
Oh, there's a heart. So TP calling with a gut shot. Now he picks up a flush draw. He's still behind, but now he has life, and his hearts will get there. So TP coming in through the back door here. And let's see how much he bets. And he's going to pretty much bet it all. Not going all in, but betting the pot. He did announce pot, so it's going to be 260. And quick fold from both his opponents. So TP starting to make a little comeback. The aggression frequency on the bottom. Roach, Don Ricardo, and Dorso leading the way in that department. So far, no straddle announced. So it looks like it's going to be $5 if they want to come in. The blinds are 1-2, and then $5, the $5 bring in. Like I said, nobody has put a straddle. So it's only going to be 5 right now. It's still not going to prevent the pot from getting built up pretty quick. Every hand Fran with clubs and diamonds plus a pocket pair makes the call. Dorso raising it up to 20. He has better clubs and also has hearts. So it is pot limit. It is 20, not 25. Roach calling with his ace king 3 deuce. And his clubs aren't good. Don Ricardo, his clubs aren't also good. Everybody has clubs in their hand. Dorso with the best clubs. And there's 2 clubs on the board. Every hand Fran with the 6 to go along with her clubs. Straight draw for Don Ricardo. He bets 50. Every hand Fran just makes the call. Dorso coming along as well. And Roach will fold his king high clubs. There's the straight for Don Richard. 10-7 makes a straight. Every hand Fran picks up a straight draw to go along with her trips. He needs a 10 for a straight. And now her clubs are going to be good that Dorso has folded. So 7 outs for Fran. Needs a 6 or a 6, a queen, or a jack to make a full house, or needs a 10 for a straight. Oh, there's the flush. Don Ricardo checked, and every hand Fran gonna show her flush. And Don Richard is just verifying that Fran does indeed have a flush because he has a flush too. So kind of crazy the flush got there where all 4 players had clubs. All 4 players had clubs in their hand, so that's 8 outs there. There's only 13 clubs in the deck, and 11 of them showing up in this hand.
Yeah, but it didn't last long. It was like 3 of them.
Trailblazer Series making the first stop. TCH Social in Austin next month. No straddle again. So making sure that seat 3 scanning his cards properly. I know it's his first time playing on the stream. It looks like everybody's just calling the 5. So making sure that the cards got scanned properly. Dorso with 4 clubs in his hand. So we do have a raise to 45. Don Richard, Ace Jack 7-7. No suits. Kind of an interesting raise here since he doesn't have any suits. Not sure what the fourth card is for seat 3 there. But Baker's going all in here as he has about 100 left. 95 to be exact. The action does reopen here if somebody wants to put in the back raise. And Don Richard is just going to do exactly that. So we do not know seat 3's fourth card, and that's why the percentages haven't flashed up. Now that he's folded, you can see the computer knows how to figure out the percentages. And it looks like David going to be making the call here. He actually has the best hand right now with the 9s. Baker is favored to win here. He does have 2 flush draws and 3 possible straight draws. So is it queen high? Queen high. 9 still in front. And 9s are going to win this? Yes, indeed. 9s are going to win this $800 pot in Omaha. So a king and a queen showing up on the board, but none of the other players have a king or a queen. And I believe that's going to do it for Baker. Yes, Baker is saying no mas. So seat open on the stream table. So Rebel Poker will also be up in Austin. I'm pretty sure Southwest flies into Long Beach. Pretty sure Southwest flies into Long Beach. So Roach, your big winner so far, as he's up 1,700. Fran is up, every hand Fran up 1,000. Baby Spider, he's up 718. David up 437. Dorsal 215. And everybody else still in the red as Don Richard is adding on.
He got me out there. So you put him on, I was gonna call it. Like I already had my. We got a $15. I don't know what it is, but I'm thinking like other. And it's not his. He should go over there. We're gonna call it. We have a $15 straddle. I just started spending small amount.
So a $15 button straddle.
15, correct.
Yeah, 15 announced. I know it's a green chip, but 15 is announced. And action is on every hand Fran. So we're actually going to be having a ladies' night on our next stream. We do stream on TCH Live on Fridays, and then on Wednesdays we have a 1-3 no limit stream that is on the secondary channel, Texas Card House. So Wednesday the lineup is going to be ladies' night. And we already have, I want to say, like 15 ladies signed up for that. So that should be interesting. I know every hand Fran is signed up to play that.
6 players.
Everybody calling the 15, and an ace comes on the flop. And everybody hits the ace, At least the other players that had an ace. Top 2 pair for Escoyo. Gut shot. No, open-ended. Double gut shot, excuse me, for David. Don Richard also with a gut shot, backdoor spades. At a full house, but that's going to give Don Richard a royal flush draw, but David has the queen of spades in his hand, so everybody's drawing dead. And it's going to go check around. Don Richard does not want to see a spade. Okay, so C3. Escoyo. Or Yo. Will bet his full house here. It's a small bet. He wants an ace, another ace to call. He does have the ace-king in his hand. And looks like nobody's going to make the call. So seat open. Yeah, so actually, Southwest flies into Harlingen. And Harlingen's actually between Brownsville and McAllen. So you might want to look that up, as the Rio Grande Valley is made up of a lot of big towns. There's not a huge city. Brownsville's the biggest city, but we're actually just under an hour away from Brownsville, our location here. There are 3 airports down here in the Rio Grande Valley. I think it's overkill. So the busiest airport is in McAllen, and McAllen's located right next to the city of Edinburgh, where the Texas Card House is. Airport code MFE, McAllen Miller. So there's an airport there. There's an airport in Harlingen, Valley International Airport, and then there's an airport in Brownsville. Brownsville's actually the biggest city in the Rio Grande Valley. They have over 200,000 people, but they have the smallest airport. The busiest airport, like I said, is in McAllen. The biggest airport, as far as area-wise, is in Harlingen, and Southwest does fly into Harlingen. As a matter of fact, Harlingen was the third ever airport that Southwest flew into. Southwest started off in Dallas, and their first route, they would go Dallas to Houston. That was their bread and butter. And then they went Dallas, Houston to San Antonio, and then they went Houston to Harlingen. So there's a lot of history for Southwest Airlines with the city of Harlingen. It was their first. It was their third ever actual city that they flew into. So we do have seat 8 open. I don't know if anybody's going to take that seat. Don Richard with a nice hand here, double suited, ace 9, 7, 4, and he raises it up to 40. Fran also calling with her double suited hand. Her clubs aren't good, but her diamonds are. King high clubs, 5 high diamonds. Dorso has better diamonds, 8 high. And Roach has the best diamonds, queen high.
got 5 players more than a couple.
So 5 ways to a flop. And it's all low cards. 2, 4, 5. Every hand Fran with a pair and a straight draw. She's actually open-ended here because she will be playing her 5-3. So if an ace or a 6 comes, she'll have a straight. And now she has 2 pair. Roach with a straight has a 6 deuce. So Roach looks like he's going to bet a straight. $250 in the middle. Roach will bet $250, I believe. So pot size bet. Roach. Don Richard now picks up a flush draw to go along with his straight. So he's playing the ace-4 for his straight. Roach does have a better straight with the 6 deuce. But Don Richard has the flush draw and he announces fold. And Roach will take the win. So I'm not sure if Jose's being serious or sarcastic, but either way, the only reason why I know this is because I do fly out of that airport sometimes, and I'm the type of person who gets to the airport early. So if you walk around the airport, that's how I learned that history on Southwest. And that's one of the reasons, because a lot of people here in the Rio Grande Valley would love for Southwest to fly into McAllen, but instead they fly out of Harlingen. But they do have a real strong connection with Harlingen, and that's why they have still stayed in Harlingen, even though the busiest airport here is actually in McAllen. I'm not sure if you can tell, but I'm pretty sure you can. I do travel a lot. Ace, king, queen, 8. And it looks like we're going 5 ways to a flop. $502 in the middle. Queen high flop, 2 diamonds. Nobody has diamonds. Ace, queen of Dorso out in front right now. Straight draw coming. And somebody has that straight. That's going to be TP. And TP, very draw-heavy board. He has the nuts right now, the 10-8. There's a flush draw out there, and there's 2 different flush draws out there, so he's not messing around. He just wants to take it down, but it's still a $500 pot. So once again, seat open in the stream table. $15 button straddle. Dorsto put in on the straddle. And action's going to be on Baby Spider. Looks like Baby Spider going to be raising it up to 50. So going from 15, 1-5 to 50, 5-0. King, 10, 9, 4, double suited. And TP, who won last hand, makes the call with his Ace, King, Jack 8, single suited, triple connected. The Jack working with all the cards there. The Jack working with the 8 for a straight, the Ace and the King for a straight. Of course, the Ace and the King also working together. Queen high flop 2 diamonds, and TP has those 2 diamonds. He also has a straight draw to go along with it. A 10 will make him a straight. Dorso letting go of his top pair. Baby Spider calling with his gut shot. Clubs coming on the turn. That's going to give Baby Spider a flush draw now. And Baby Spider's going to go runner, runner. He checked the river, hoping to check raise. But TP checks it back. So Baby Spider winning the $480 pot. Welcome, Jedi Master Ted. Have you met Ted? $15 under the gun straddle coming from Roach. Action will be on Don Richard. So I'm not sure if you heard it on the stream earlier. There is 2 microphones above the table. The main floor, a lot of noise coming from the main floor. And one of the reasons it is or was because of the $20 tournament. Like I said, it's a very, very fun tournament. Only $20 to enter. $2,000 prize pool. And there was 40 players that have entered tonight. 40 players. 90 add-ons. All right, we are going 3 ways to a flop, and it's going to come Ace, King, 10. Both Don Richard and Fran with the same hand. Ace, Jack, 7-5. They both have the same hand. Fran has some backdoor flush draws here, but she is facing a pot-sized bet. So Don Richard putting out a little too much. The dealer letting him know how much the pot was, and Fran will call the 155. So Don Richard does not want to see a red queen because that'll give him a straight, but then every hand Fran will be free rolling him. So nobody with a flush draw. And Don Ricardo just betting 25 on the turn. Like I said, these players have the same hand. They are chopping no matter what. They both have ace 5. And Don Richard is gonna, looks like he's gonna be betting 200. 220. Fran making 2 pair. But she's worried Don Richard either has the queen jack for the straight or has a better 2 pair. She might fold here, and I don't blame her. I just realized that Don Richard has his hat on backwards now. Over the top style. Wow. So if Fran doesn't hit the second pair, I think she's folding for sure. But let us see what she does now that she has hit the second pair. So for you young kids listening, Over the Top, a movie reference from an 80s Sylvester Stallone movie. And I gotta say, I rewatched it. I rewatched it on Tubi or Pluto, one of those. I rewatched it a couple months back, and it actually holds up, I think. Like, I saw it as a kid, and obviously I thought it was good as a kid, but to me, Over the Top, it's a little on the cheesy side, but it still holds up.
Yeah. That was big. What are you doing running a slant on 4th and inches? Give it to Bijan and let him ram it down the middle, get your first down, and try to win the game. You think draft Bijan in the first round?
So it looks like a $15 button straddle from TP. It is 10. Excuse me.
Georgia, Alabama tomorrow.
Queen Jack, 6-9. Oh, Roach with spades. Excuse me, Roach with aces. No suits though. So he's only going to call. This is actually the proper thing to do when you don't have any suits. Your aces are very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, I love the Vikings.
Dorso, ace-9, 8-6. Roach is putting on the back race here, and he really doesn't want anybody to call. So it'll be 50 times 3, which is 150. So it's going to be 190 or 200? 185.
Was it that receiver that we saw?
So 175 announced. I think the pot was 190, but 175 announced. Dorso not double suited, but he does make the call in position. So Dorso with hearts, 896. And Roach is probably going to bet pot here. It's 380. Yeah, he announces pot, and Dorso immediately folds. Like I said, his aces were very vulnerable as he had no suits. All right, we can see the winners thus far tonight. Still have a seat open available. Roach, your big winner. He's up almost 2,000. Baby Spider up almost 1,000. Every Hand Fran up almost 600. And David Hoff is $1 away from 300.
Okay.
The ball's already past him.
$20 button straddle.
The way they say it's uncatchable.
Action's going to be on Roach. He has a very interesting method of playing poker. He actually calls it the Roach approach. And Roach will be making the call with the double suited cards, King, Queen, 7-6, suited in diamonds and clubs. 7-6 working together for a straight, as is the king-queen. Every hand Fran makes the call with the small cards.
Down, he goes like this, like he made a
And Dorso raising with the small cards.
They call the fastest spirit.
Dorso getting an immediate call from Baby Spider. And TP, he's not going to like that because he was hoping to get position in this hand. But you can see everybody calls him. And you can see that the pot is almost $400. This is 1-2 PLO. 5 ways to a flop we go. And it's going to come king high with 2 hearts. TP with the hearts. TP with the best hand right now. But it is Roach leading out with his top pair. And TP has a big draw here, and he looks like he's going with it. So TP has a straight draw and a flush draw. Needs a 10 for a straight. Needs a heart for a flush. Or needs an ace to make a better pair. Roach has no backup, and he will make the fold. So Roach had clubs and diamonds in his hand. If that king was a club, then that might have been enough for him to go with it. TP going to show 2 of his cards.
We have no idea what the other ones were.
He shows the queen and the 8. And everybody at the table thinking he had a 10 for the straight, but he actually did not.
We'll see it soon enough.
All right, there's the VPIP.
I have a hand that I wanted to go all in and go twice.
So Roach in at over 80%. The 2 players joining us tonight from the San Antonio area, they're on the low end, but in my opinion, that is still a good number, especially in Omaha. Basically 25% and above. Especially in Omaha, that's a good number, but down here in the Rio Grande Valley, people like to see flops.
But my name's not Spider, so it ain't Spider, it ain't nice.
Hearts and diamonds, as well as a pair. There is no straddle. And looks like Baby Spider puts in the raise to 25 with his king, queen, 9-7. TP winning last hand, trying to play his rush. 5-5-3 deuce. David making the call with the ace deuce, queen, jack. And everybody making the call. Keep in mind, there was no straddle this hand. No straddle this hand. 1-2 PLO $5 bring in. This is a $176 pot. This is not a small game. And it's going to come ace high, ace 10-3. And it's going to be top and bottom pair for one of the players. One of the players has top and bottom pair. And now, anybody have king jack? So now David turning top 2 with his ace queen. All right, it was Fran. Fran had the ace 3 for top and bottom. And David's going to bet his hand here. David also with the jack, so he has a straight draw to go along with it. Fran Collin does not want to see an ace, as it'll give both players a full house. So every hand Fran needing a jack or a straight. And just like that, she gets the jack. 3 pair for David. Every hand Fran is going to bet pot. And David with the immediate fold, knowing that his 2 pair were no good. He actually had 3 pair. So we go from no straddle last hand to a double straddle. Yeah, to a double straddle this hand. It looks like it's going to go under the gun straddle to 10, the double straddle to 20. Yeah, there's the 20.
Deuces never lose.
So $20. So it looks like we have Rock and Christian on the list, so they are calling Rock for the seat. $18 players left on the $20 tournament. $800 for first, $200 for fourth place. 2 tables left. And it looks like everybody's calling here.
I definitely didn't say it. That was a, yeah. It was a call. Now my aces are gonna get cracked. Ah, see, okay.
So it looks like everybody called the straddle. Oh, one person voted. $20. 7 players in the pot.
Baby.
Ace 7-3. Roach flopping top and bottom. David Hoff with a wrap.
How am I gonna bet top set on that board?
He will check. And Roach is going to throw out 1 chip, but that chip is a black chip. So a $100 bet for him. Don Richard with the ace and has some backdoor draws, but he's going to get out of the way, as is every hand Fran. So top 2 pair for Escoyo. Is he going to be check raising here? He's thinking about check raising. He's not thinking about folding. He's thinking about check raising, but he just makes the call. So Roach does not want to see an ace. David with the wrap makes the call, and we're going 3 ways to a turn of $440. And Roach making the full house. So Roach could not hit an ace for a full house, as his full house would not have been good, but he could hit a 3. You can see David is drawn dead now. And Roach is going to be sizing it up. Betting 500, but it's actually 440. The dealer will let him know the pot is 440. The dealer will cut out 440. Both players will fold, and the rich will get richer.
Try 3.
This is the VPIP? I think this is the VPIP. Yep. Voluntarily put money in the pot. Roach in at over 80%. So Roach with the biggest VPIP, also with the biggest stack. You can see everybody in at 40% or above, with the exception of seat 3. And we have a straddle under the gun. Baby Spider putting out 15. Action's going to be on TP, seat 6. David calling with the ace, king, queen 10. Does have hearts. Roach with diamonds. He will also make the call. Every hand Fran with the jacks.
I raised the pot, Jerry.
And clubs. And Dorso going to be potting it here. Double suited. Triple connected. Actually quadruple connected, right? Because the 6 and the 10 work. Queen and the 10 work. The ace and the 10 work, and the ace and the queen work. So all those combinations can make straight. So 4 different ways to make a straight, 2 different ways to make a flush, and everybody's calling here. So it is $540 in the middle. Pick me. All the players are thinking. And top set for Escoyo. And he's going to check, but nobody's going to fall into the trap. So that might make a straight for somebody. He's going all in here with the set. Every hand Fran with the clubs. And Roach is going to be calling here with the open ender. I thought every hand Fran might have called with her flush draw. So Roach open-ended. Every hand Fran had a flush draw. Let's see if she would have got there. So Roach needing a jack or a 6. 4 of them are left. That's not it. And that's not it. So $1,000 pot, set of 7s. Escoyo will get the win.
I only did that call with you because if you didn't have it, everybody was folding. Oh, touchdown!
So he thought there was a chance that Roach had a straight, but Roach was trying to hit the river to make it straight.
Obviously, everybody checks.
So that might get him unstuck. This is probably the aggression frequency. No pre-flop race. TP in the lowest. Dorso in the highest. Don Richard, he's in at 20%, so 1 out of every 5 hands. TP not at his seat, so there will be no straddle here. He still gets cards. It's like a tournament. If you're not at your seat, you still get cards. If you're not at your seat, you still get blinded out. So $5, it's a $5 to bring it in. Roach, ace 10, 7, 5, has diamonds. Says pot. It's going to be 15 or 20. I think it's just going to be 15. There was no straddle. So it's either going to be 15 or 20. The dealer's confirming the amount. Survey says.
Oh, the reader? Right, well, it's good. My buddies that are watching, they're making fun of you because you're not reading the cards. I was like, what do you mean? I'm looking right here. Like,
Yeah, so it's 15.
Yeah, but then you said that, last week.
All right, so everybody calling the raise. And it's going to come queen high with 2 clubs. Dorso hit in middle set. He also hit top pair. And he's just going to bet $5. He's telling the table he thought it was a black chip. But I think he's trying to Jedi mind trick him. So, Escoyo with a flush draw and a straight draw will be calling the $5. Don Richard also making the call. Doesn't have much, but it was only $5. Set of 9 still out in front. Let's see if he... All right, now he bets the 1 chip. This time it is the black chip.
My jackpot. We have to flop it. Now I can go in any order.
So looks like we are waiting on C3. Oh, C3 is going to make the call. So straight draw, flush draw. Needs a 10, needs a club. And he's going to miss. And going to try to get value, just spending $50. Escoyo with only jacks, but it was only $50. Nice hand for Dorso. $15 button straddle from Dorso just went in last hand. Baby Spider calls a 15. TP calls a 15. David taking it up to 50 with his ace king jack 4 suited in spades. Every hand Fran calling with the rundown hand. 5, 6, 9, 8. He's got the middle cards covered, has the suits covered, but somebody has better hearts. And it's going to come clubs. So Fran with the rundown hand is going to flop a... No, it looked like she flopped a straight, but she doesn't. Has a pair and a straight draw. TP with the clubs. Betting. Dorso with a straight flush draw. The 7 is gone, and the deuce is gone as well. So Dorso's flush actually is not good here. Oh, he actually flopped a straight, excuse me. The 5 deuce flopping a straight. Has a straight flush redraw, but it is no good. You can see TP does have 3 clubs available. If the board pairs, that'll give him more outs as well. So TP needed a club, a queen, a 6, a 4. That's not it. Does TP? No, TP has clubs, so.
It's on right now. Oh, okay.
And Dorso gonna put out a pot-sized bet.
That'll go over 4 hours.
And that'll get it. That'll get the job done. It looks like Roach is going to be coloring up here. Rack of red's going to equal a stack of green.
Awesome. Nothing. Just in case I win.
So $25 button straddle going to get raised here.
Oh, baby. You know I got culo.
And Baby Spider going to be re-raising.
Let's see.
Dorsal Ace Queen Jack 3 has spades. Baby Spider Ace King King 3 has clubs. And the King Queen gonna hit a straight, but nobody does have it. So Baby Spider getting a little unlucky here. Baby Spider gonna need a queen if he wants to make a straight. Dorsal flopping top 2 with the ace and the jack. Board pairing with the 10. You can see Baby Spider's outs on the top. Another 10 will give him a full house. He still has the straight draw working for him as he needs a queen or a straight. So Baby Spider looking for a 10 or a full house, a king, or a queen. Baby Spider gonna miss. Dorsal checking it his way again. You can see this pot is 1775. And he's gonna have to put out a pretty big bet here. He's pretty much representing aces the way this hand was played. The only problem is Dorsal has an ace in his hand, which makes it less likely. Dorsal has the blockers here. He's blocking aces and he's blocking jacks. So with those two key blockers in his hand, I think it's going to lead him to the conclusion that Baby Spider does not have aces or jacks. And I think he's going to call here. Baby Spider has played this hand like he's had aces. He put in the big raise. Oh, it's going to work. Let's see if Baby Spider shows him. Does Baby Spider show him? He does not. So he put Baby Spider on the king queen or aces. Those are the two hands he put him on. All right, looks like we're finally getting seat number 8 filled.
He flopped the royal. Royal draw with a straight hand, probably. There he goes.
So 3 winners. Baby Spider taking down that last pot. Gets him to the top of the leaderboard. Roach and Every Hand Fran also up top. So you are able to pick whatever name you want on the stream as long as it's nothing derogatory. And seat number 8 is going with Eli Alezra. So Eli E in seat 8. Now Every Hand Fran, of course her real name is Francis. Roach, that's actually his last name. TP, that's his initials. Baby Spider, that is his nickname that has kind of become a family nickname. He's Baby Spider. His dad is King Spider. Dorsal was his screen name, his username, his avatar back in the Full Tilt Poker days. And David Hoff, I don't know if that is a nickname. Like I said, it's his first time playing on the stream, joining us tonight from the San Antonio area. Or as they say in English, St. Anthony. Nine high flop, 3-6-9, skeet, skeet, skeet. 2 hearts. Dorsal has 2 hearts. He also has top pair with the 9s. But it is Roach who's going to be betting his straight draw and flush draw. But Dorsal raises it up pretty quick here.
Jerry, clear the board for me, please, sir.
Heart coming on the turn.
Jerry. How much is that?
And Roach is going to lead out once again. Dorsal makes the call with his flush draw.
Come on, Jerry.
Roach does have the Jack of Hearts. He is drawing dead, though. And he's going to hit a set, which might get him to continue. There's a straight out there, a flush out there, but he's going to wave the white flag.
I'm going to check my flush.
And Dorsal is just going to check his queen high flush.
Oh, I had the 4. Holy river jacks. Good check, Dorsal, good check. This is pretty good river. Gonzalo me dijo, dale check.
All right, $20 button straddle. David putting it on. And the new player sitting down, LE, action will be on him. I'm not sure if he's played on the stream before. I know he normally plays. Oh, he's got a good hand. Ace, Jack, 9-5, diamonds and spades. Double suited, triple connected. And he's coming in for a raise. So bought in, looks like he bought it for the minimum 300. And he's going to try to run it up. Every Hand Fran last week buying in for 300. She ran it up. And she's run it up this week again. Don Richard puts in the 3-bet. Oh, and Dorso, who just won the last hand, has suited connectors and has a straight in his hand, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's looking for small cards. And we are going 3 ways to a flop of, should be like $600? $612. 1-3 PLO with a $500 bring in. Granted, this hand was straddled, and that's why the pot and repot got pretty big. So Ellie looking for spades or diamonds. And there are the diamonds. And all the chips are going all in here. Top set for Don Ricardo. So Dorso with a pair that is no good and a flush draw. And has he folded yet? Yeah, he finally does make the fold. So LE gonna try to spin this up. Has a straight draw. Oh, diamonds. And he's gonna win this $800 pot. So like I said, he bought him for the minimum $300. And is up over $500. This was his second hand. He's up already over $500. Raise first in. He's only played 2 hands. He raised one of them, and that is the hand he doubled up on. LE. No straddle this hand, so 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. Every hand, Fran, ace, queen, 8-4 might be good enough to throw out $5, and it is. King, 7-7. King's just got cracked last hand, but he is going to be raising it up to 25. Escoyo. Dorso folds. TP makes the call with the ace, king, queen, deuce, has spades. That's actually the button with that hand. TP with the 6s and the hearts. And 5 ways we go, 101 chips in the middle. And king, queen's gonna flop a straight. And that's gonna be seat 8, Ellie. Small bet from Don Richard is probably going to get raised here. Good fold from the kings there. And I believe he's going to say pot. Yeah, he's potting it. So there was 101, so 15 times 3, 45. Plus the 15, 60, so 165. So is that correct? Yes, there it is. So raise to the 165. So you take the last caller, which was every hand Fran. She called 15. You will multiply that by 3, which gives you 45. Then if there's any other calls, which there was a bet of 15, so that's 60. and there was $101 in there to begin with. So every hand Fran flopping a straight, but she is drawing dead here. She can only chop. If a king comes, she will chop. She flopped the sucker straight. Queen 8 for the sucker straight. Needs a king to chop. Board's going to pair, which is probably going to slow down the action, and it goes check through. And the board double pairs. So Fran losing the minimum, straight versus straight. When the board runs out, pair, pair. There's the VPIP. Roach still in at 80%. And you can see everybody in at least 30%. Nice hand. So over 3 hours into tonight's stream, you can see the iPad just flashing. This hand taking place 9:59, and as I said, we're on a 15-minute delay. I'm in the same building, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, located in Edinburgh, Texas. Same building, different room. These players are in the special room, the table, special cards. Don Richard, Queen 10, 7-4, clubs. Escoyo making the call with the 9s. Oh, aces. And he's going to say pot. So Seed 8 sat down, and he's been on fuego. Bought in for 300, has almost 1,000 in front of him now. And C3. Action is on C3. He's going to say, bueno, bye. TP will make the call with the King Jack 9-9. Has no suits. Flopping quads. Check. TP does not want to hit a 9. Oh no. Oh no. TP hitting his 9. And he is drawn dead. Seed 8 doing his best to win the Oscar. He's just going to call here, right? Yeah, he just makes the call. Here comes the river.
That's top 10 right there.
So flush gets there, which might get TP in more trouble, putting his opponent on a flush. $537 in the middle, and TP is assembling a bet. It looks like it's going to be at least 200. It looks like 350. And now Seed 8 goes all in. TP. Seed 8 is actually telling him don't do it. So Seed 8's being honest here. He's telling him to fold. The straight flush also got there. And TP making the fold. So you can see Seed 8. Seed 8 was being honest. He said don't do it. And he's played less than 5 hands. He bought him for 300, and he is up to 1,700.
I love it. acting like stupid.
New dealer coming in, everybody. New dealer coming
Exactly,
in.
you know what I'm saying? I believe you got something good for your hand.
Look, everybody.
So I know not a lot of people are huge fans. Well, at least compared to Hold'em. A lot more Hold'em players than there are Omaha players, but I've said this before, Omaha, a very nice change of pace. Omaha is good to see, good to play like once a week, and we do stream it here every Friday.
It's just like the league. They all get weight. They all get massages. Are they allowed to get massages?
Double straddle. Baby Spider put it on the double straddle. TP was card dead last Friday night, and he is beginning cooler tonight as he just lost full house versus quads. And TP's gonna come in for the raise here. Ace 10, 9, 7, one suit. Roach will call the 75 with his Queen 6 4 deuce. Don Richard also makes the call. Baby Spider folds his double straddle, and we're going 4 ways to a flop. Every hand. Fran has a straight in her hand. She's also has diamonds, but her diamonds are no good. And it's going to come 9 high, 2 spades. Don Richard has the spades. TP flopping top pair. And he's going to lead out here. Pot size bet of 335. Does have the best hand right now. And Don Richard's going to put them all in. And just like that, we have a $1,300 pot. There's a 6. That's good for TP. And there's a 9. So TP going to get the win. You can see him turning over the ace-9. He does not have a full house. He has trip 9s with an ace kicker. So he doesn't have a full house. The 2 cards he turned over, you have to play 2 cards from your hand, and you have to play 3 cards from the board. So the 3 cards he's playing are 9, 9, 6. He has trip 9s, ace, 6 kicker, and that's going to give him the double up.
Wow. Get off of me.
So TP finally having something go his way.
You know that quarterback?
Still stuck. But that's going to help him take a step towards the positive. So Baby Spider with the double straddle last time. So I would imagine he's going to straddle this hand, and he does just that. Puts out the $10, so it'll be $10 to go. So this game really doesn't need any more fuel, but the straddles are definitely giving it fuel. Yes. There you go, that was correct. So Roach not at his seat. There he is. David Hoff with the call of the $10. Seat 7, cards not scanning properly. That is one thing you do have to remember when you are playing on the stream, to make sure you do scan the cards properly. And like I said, that's another reason why generally the stream is going to run a little bit slower than a normal table. They don't get in as many hands, and one of the reasons is the cards do need to get scanned. Roach raising it up to 50 with his suited ace. He also has pocket fours, and looks like everybody calling him, even Baby Spider calling with his 10-5 4 deuce. He has spades and diamonds. His spades are actually good here. And we're going 5 ways to a flop. It'll be ace high, 2 hearts. Pretty big flop here for David as he flops top pair with a flush draw. But it is a bigger flop for Dorso. Dorso flopping top pair with a better flush draw. Spades now coming on the turn. Baby Spider does have spades. And Dorso checks again. Dorso also with the straight draw. David with the straight draw too. And Baby Spider putting out the bet. Roach raising here with his top 2 pair. So all the aces accounted for. I don't see how Dorso can go anywhere as he has the nut flush draw and he has a straight draw. Every hand friend also with a flush draw, and she has a straight draw too. She actually has a wrap here, as a queen will make her a straight, a 7 will make her a straight, a 6 will make her a straight. She has hearts that are no good. And Dorso does indeed make the call. Baby Spider holds his flush draw. All right, so you can see who has the best hand right now, and it's actually every hand friend has the best equity right now. And she's gonna hit it. She hits the nuts. I believe she's all in. Is she all in?
Wow. Damn. Monster. You missed your flush, man. That's great. You got the fucking nuts, partner.
So every hand Fran will take down that pot. It's going to be a $1,000 win for her. It does say a $2,400 pot, but that's because Roach moved all in, but Roach had her covered. So basically Roach gets all of his chips back that he bet on the river with the exception of $15. So a lot of people like the Jack 10, and the reason why is with the Jack 10, you're always going to have the nut straight. You're never going to have the sucker straight. You always make the nut straight when you have the Jack 10, and that's why a lot of people like playing the Jack 10. And Baby Spider, your leader right now, but followed closely behind LEE, and every hand Fran who just won that pot, that puts her over $1,000. Roach, he's in at 365. Everybody else is in the red. Double straddle. So double straddle, action on seat 8. going by Elia Lesra.
We're gonna have to upgrade this table, man.
And he's going to make the call with 10-8 deuce. Keep in mind the quads of the day, the PLO quads of the day are deuces. So if he hits quads this hand, there is a bonus involved. I think that's one of the reasons why he made the call. Queen 10-9, no suits for Don Richard. And he's not going to make quads this hand, as every hand Fran folded the deuce of hearts. So the bonus will still be intact for at least another hand. Action on Dorso, and Dorso taking it up here to 130 with the ace, king, jack 10, 2 clubs. And he's going to make the fold. Would not have hit the jackpot, like I said. Don Richard. He's got his hat on forwards again. Needs to turn it backwards. Put the rally hat on. Over the top. Like a switch. And some more color up action as this game's starting to get pretty big. So diamonds for TP with top pair, actually top and bottom pair. Pretty big hand for TP here. And he's still out in front.
What are you playing, Tom? You got like 1K?
$800 in the middle. And it looks like Dorso is going to bet $500, and that's going to get TP in. So TP way out in front. You can see Dorso just has one out, which means he can't hit a king or a jack. Those cards have been folded. Yeah, so just one out left for Dorso to hit. That was one of them. So they're going to chop it up. So a one outer, Dorso hits the one outer to chop the pot.
1150? No, 1050. Oh, never mind. Yeah.
It's a chop, right?
Exactly. Zachary, 1K.
Oh, he gets quartered. He gets quartered. That's why. Yeah, so it was one out. It was one out to chop. It was one out to chop. I didn't realize that they both had ace king.
I was hoping I had some
So Dorso with the quarter pounder. You can see where they ran it out twice. It says 50% by his name on the first run out because he's chopping aces and nines with a king kicker. So Dorso had one out to chop, and he hit that one out. I couldn't figure out why they were getting a count, but then I realized that he's getting quartered. Yeah, so Rebel Poker commenting on the Best Bet stream. I've actually played at the Best Bet before, Best Bet Jacksonville. They have two. Best Bet Jacksonville, and I think the other Best Bet's gonna be St. Augustine. is their second location.
He's not here. He is the loudest person in the room, and I haven't heard him. So I would bet.
Or he's not drinking.
So it's going to be a $20 Bud and Straddle from Dorso. We just did a 1-outer to chop the pot, or to chop the first board. They ran it twice. TP going to be making the call with Queen 10 6-6.
Oh, raise.
And Ellie with the ace, Jack Jack Deuce. Raising it up here. Dorsal, your straddler, has the rundown hand. We'll make the call. Two hearts coming on the flop. Nobody with hearts, but your initial raiser with the ace of hearts, the naked ace. He's going to check it. Don Richard with the kings has the best hand. We'll bet. TP with the queen makes the call with top pair, but that's not good. And the initial raiser's probably going to be letting it go here. He knows somebody has a queen for sure. And we can see one person has a queen and one person has kings.
Oh, I don't care. You all right with that plan? I don't care. Set down the screen. I don't care.
So we do have a 4-hour stream, and we're just going to be going 4 hours tonight. We went over 6 hours last Friday night, but this Friday.
So shut it down at 11? If that's what people want, or if you want to keep it going. You got that? I don't care.
So TP hit in 2 pair, but it's not good. Kings and threes.
You guys came for this. You told me if you guys want to keep playing, keep playing. You guys want it on?
No, we want to keep playing.
I mean, we want to keep playing, but you want to keep. I think they're supposed to do it at least 4 hours.
Yeah, so TP thinking he has the best hand here. Thinks he got lucky on ace queen, but he does not. As Don Richard will show the kings. So we got about half an hour left on tonight's stream. I'd like to thank everybody who joined us tonight. We are playing 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We are one of 6 Texas card houses across the state of Texas, one of 4 streaming locations. So this is the main channel for all Texas Card House locations, TCH Live. So this channel has a very good variety of all different stakes, of all different types of games. I know Houston streams on this channel as well, and they have like some 1-2 games that they stream on TCH Live. And then I know Dallas, they have tournaments that stream on this channel a lot of times. And then, of course, we're streaming Omaha tonight here in the Rio Grande Valley. Like I said, a very good variety. Every hand, Fran making the call with the suited 8 and the 7s.
You ready, Frank? It's two different ones.
So is it a call or raise? She called though. Yeah, she said call. This was mixing. She said I call. I said what is it, 45? Yeah. And I thought you said yes. So she said she called. Either way, whatever. So it's 20, right?
So Fran thought that it was 45. She said call and put out 45. But it turns out it was just 20. So that was a little pause in the action. She verified the amount with the dealer, but the dealer had the headset on and couldn't hear her. But it was a $20 to call. Fran announced and call. And Dorso raising it up with the king, queen, queen, jack hearts. It looks like everybody's calling the raise. Ellie with the clubs and the 6-4. Every hand, Fran with the spades and the 7s. And this might bring along seat 3. Iscoyo. Yeah, he's closing off the action. He doesn't have a great hand, but he's closing off the action. His spades are no good, and his hearts are no good. But like I said, he's closing off the action, so he knew that he couldn't get raised anymore.
They caught it. He caught it. Oh, 12 caught it.
Feet are down. That's a good catch. Shoot, I can't see the ball.
5 ways to a flop with a 5-5-9. Nobody with a 5. Nobody with a 9. Dorso with the queens, still out in front. And he's going to bet 200. Tiny bet here. Basically, he's trying to find out if anybody has a 5 here. There was almost $800 in the pot. He only bet 200, so about a quarter-size pot bet. But he's figuring out here if anybody has a 5 by betting this amount, and nobody has a 5.
It's a touchdown. Rolling on the field. It's a touchdown. Oh my God. Can you take money line, bro? No sweat. That's crazy. No sweat.
No way they were going to cut.
So these players are watching a football game. I believe it's the U, University of Miami, versus Virginia Tech. And I think something crazy just happened on that game. And that's what the players are reacting to.
Whatever call they make, they called a touchdown. Virginia Tech. So if they called it incomplete, it was a mistake completed. They called complete.
Yeah, so that game has already ended. I will not.
This is the craziest call. No, that's a touchdown. He's got 2 arms around it. Not at first, though. The other guys might have caught it. 9 has 2 arms.
So these players think that Virginia Tech just scored a Hail Mary touchdown to win the game. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have a pretty big reaction here when they find out that is not the case. Like I said, all these players having fun, playing poker, watching football, having a drink. And Dorso going to raise it up here to 75 with his king, queen, 10-6 suited in spades.
That's a crazy play.
And everybody going to be calling the race.
I said 6 bits.
Fran, you were a cheerleader in Heberville. 2 bits, 4 bits. That's what cheerleaders do. I don't know. Were you a cheerleader in Heberville? Yeah, she was.
So 4 ways to the flop we go.
That's where you got that same from cheerleading?
Yeah, I got it from Mr. Wilkins. He used to say it.
And Roach flopping the best hand here. He has a pair and a flush draw, and he's going to bet 100. 100 in Espanol. Nobody going to be able to call.
This is going to take a while. Look at that. Look, they're stuck on the screen. Look at that corner.
I can't believe they call it a touchdown.
So far, nobody put in a straddle on. You can see the aggression frequency.
Right? Yeah. That's it. Same color as the ball, you mean? Yeah.
And right when I say that, looks like David Hoff will put out 25 on the button.
If they're wearing sleeves like number 19, we could go.
Seed 8 is not there, but his blind will get posted. Just like a tournament.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, a normal cash game, he will get dealt out, and when he comes back, he would owe the money. But the way the software works is everybody has to get dealt in for the software to work properly. And that's how we're able to keep track of everything. And that's how you're able to see what these players have. And Roach has ace, queen, 9-6, 2 hearts. Don, Richard, spades, and clubs with a pair of 5s.
Okay, here it goes.
And there's the reaction. They just found out.
What is happening?
There's the reaction from the table. They just found out that the Virginia Tech touchdown did not count, and the University of Miami pulls out the victory, 38-34.
I think they knew already. Oh, baby.
Roach with the check raise. Roach has the nut flush draw, has a straight draw to go along with it, and he has put it in the check raise here. And looks like Dorso is making the call with his straight draw. Oh, the board pairing. And it's going to go check, check. Roach missing his flush. And Dorso is going to win with a pair of 7s as it goes check, check. Dorso with a straight draw and a pair on the flop. Misses his straight draw, but his pair is going to wind up winning here.
Oye, qué feo fallaste ese pinche birdie, ¿eh? Qué bárbaro.
¿El qué?
Tenías uno para ahí.
Ah, birdie. We need a replay. Well, no, the ball ain't going.
So we got about 15 minutes left on tonight's stream.
Yeah. I took 2 different screenshots. The ball's like over the cylinder. They would have called goaltending in basketball. Yeah, they took it back.
So it looks like we have no straddle this hand.
Give me a seat in this game, please.
We'll give you 2 seats.
Put your name on the list. There's like 7 people.
It's a misdeal?
That was a very entertaining game, man.
Yeah.
Friday night football too.
Misdeal. And as they take care of that, we'll remind you about the Trailblazer Series. Brand new tournament series coming to the Texas Card House. It'll make a stop at all 6 locations. The first stop is going to be at TCH Social in Austin. $2 million in guarantees begins October the 16th. You can log on to texascardhouse.com for more information or scan the QR code.
My wife reported me, she has it somewhere. I'm like this. It was like 35 orders. Yeah, I had like 13 or 14, something like that. And then, but I didn't have a badass 10 grand.
That made it go RGB viral. Nope. Playing tight.
Baby Spider taking it up to 25. TP immediately calling. Ellie with the 10s. Eli makes the call. Roach also calling, and we are going 5 ways to a flop. Is this going to come queen high? So open ender for TP. Open ender for Baby Spider. Well, both TP and Baby Spider with a wrap, as 3 different cards can help their hand. And TP's actually going to raise it here. TP can hit a 9, an ace, or a 10 to make a straight. He can and can't hit a 10, as the 10s have been folded, and you can see Baby Spider has 0 outs, which I would imagine he could go runner 3s, but they're showing 3s are folded. Board's gonna pair. It's gonna go check, check, and there's the king. So the king giving both players the straight. Baby Spider with the king high straight, and TP with the ace high straight. So both Dorso and Roach with a small win thus far. TP making a comeback. He's up $500. Every hand Fran up 1,000. Baby Spider up 1,000. And the big winner thus far, Seed 8, he's up 1,100. Everybody else down in a hole. Don Richard joining us tonight from Mexico. $25 straddle coming from Roach. Ace, King, Queen 6 clubs. Don Richard makes the $25 call. Every hand Fran, Ace, King, 8, 6. Diamonds makes the call. And an ace coming right away. Roach flopping bottom 2 pair. Has the best hand right now. Don Richard flopping top pair with a straight draw. Fran flopping top pair with a king kicker. And everybody calling the $25 bet. You can see that's going to take the pot to 250. And the board pairing nines. Roach making a full house here. And Don Richard is going to bet $25 again. Fran has had enough. Let's see what Roach does with his full house here. Very draw heavy board. And you actually want your opponent to hit their draws when you have a full house. But Roach thinks there's too many opponents in there, so he's going to raise it up. Goes up to 135. It looks like everybody's going to fold here. So Roach taking the win. He was up 55 before the hand started. So now it's going to take him up to over a $300 profit. Minimum buy-in on this game is $300. There is no max. Raise first in. That'll be Dorso. 43%. He's not at his seat right now, which I think Don Richard is going to straddle. No. So Dorso announced the straddle away from his seat. And Baby Spider will put the double straddle on.
I've seen this scorecard before. It's kind of rough.
So Dorso back at his seat. And action is on TP. Queen, 5, 4 deuce, diamonds. Aces for David. Just makes the call. And looks like we have a raise coming. 7, 7, 4 deuce. The aces do have a flush draw, but it's actually the other two cards with the flush draw. If one of the aces was suited, I could see him put in a back raise here. But with none of his aces being suited, David might just elect to make the call. That's what he does. You can see $400 in the pot, and we are going to a flop. It's going to come 9 high. Open-ended straight draw for every hand Fran. Set of 9s for Baby Spider. And the aces playing it really slow and pretty much fold it right away. So Fran cutting out the $200 for her open ender. She also has some backdoor diamonds. Top set for Baby Spider here. You can see Fran's out on the top, as a lot of 7s and deuces have been folded. How about a diamond? No, that's not it. Baby Spider still with the best hand. We'll probably be sizing it up here. $800 in the middle. I would think he's going to bet at least $500.
Man, which card do you have in your hand? That's, you don't give a fuck with the money.
He's going to bet $475.
I didn't want to push you. I push you right now.
And that's probably going to be too much for Fran to call here. If she had a flush draw to go along with her straight draw, she would call. Keep in mind, you always want the redraws in Omaha. You want the backup. The redraws. Fran had no backup. Makes the fold. She's still in the positive though. In for 300, up to over 1,000. Baby Spider takes over the lead now. Dorsal losing $15 thus far. Has been involved in a lot of hands though. And we have the triple straddle. So David Hoff putting on the triple straddle, just had aces last hand. It is 1-2, $10 straddle, $20 double straddle, and $40 triple straddle. Ace Jack 5-6 coming in for the call. Dorso also making the call. Ace Queen 10-6 has clubs. TP just makes the call with his suited ace. And David with Ace King, no suits, also makes the call. David and TP with very similar hands, and they're both gonna flop a straight, but TP has David in bad shape here. He got some on the free roll. They both have the same hand, but only TP can improve his hand. Am I seeing something wrong here? Because it's only showing TP in at 27% and Dorso in at 46%. So that's TP. Let's see if TP puts in the check raise here. If TP puts in the check raise here, it's going to put David in a very bad spot because he does have the nuts. And here's the check raise. So nice move by TP. Oh, he's check raise into pot. 475. And David. Oh, David with the fold. I just mentioned you always want to have backup. You always want to have a redraw. And David knew he could have been free rolled, and that was the case. So great fold by David. I don't know if the massage that he is getting played into it, but you can see he is getting a tableside massage. Is available here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, $1 a minute. So David with no redraw, just had the straight, could not improve his hand, and makes a very, very nice fold.
Do I have to teach or no? Can I teach? All right. 100% we have over 1,000. He is the exact same hand, isn't he? Guaranteed.
So seed 8 cannot believe that he folded the nuts, and David explaining exactly what happened, and he is correct. He's giving him a free lesson here.
No teaching him. I'd rather give up my 100 than lose up my.
So David giving a free poker lesson, and he is 100% right.
But I know how he plays. I know how he plays. It's another thing. I know it's like on a different level. It's a little bit different. I know. But they didn't have to show me his hand. I already know.
And for that reason, I'm out.
He made it obvious with his Shark Tank.
All right, so I've just been told we are streaming until hand 65, so 3 more hands to go. As last Friday we did have over a 6-hour stream, and tonight we're gonna have the normal 4-hour stream.
I put it out there.
And for whatever reason, The last hand is hand 65, but for whatever reason, a lot of times, probably at least half the times, something crazy happens on the last hand.
He said it 100% right. I agree with that shit. No, just don't Google my name.
So it's going to be an 8 for Roach. He hits trips. Don Richard also hit the 8, but he has an ace kicker. So Roach is in bad shape here, as Roach is going to have to hit a jack, a 7, or a 6 to fill up.
Without a redraw. Correct. So it's just automatic in my head. Like, I don't want to call on my money.
Oh, the min raise here coming from Don Richard, and Roach is going with his hand, and Roach is gonna need some help. He needs to hit a jack, a 7, or a 6. There's only 3 of those left. So let's see if Roach is able to hit a river, as he is going to need to get lucky because his jack kicker is not playing here. Don Richard, his ace kicker is playing, and we are one time. Oh, Roach hits his 6. Roach getting super lucky. He needed to hit 1 6. He hit 2 6s. Roach with the full house, and Don Richard getting really unlucky. So Roach hitting the river, and you can see his VPIP is in at 75%.
That wasn't your typical residence right there.
Usually suck out the river, not the turn.
Nowhere out there.
All right, 2 more hands to go tonight. It's going to be a $20 straddle coming from the button. Action will be on Baby Spider. Baby Spider with the fold. TP makes the call. Roach making the call. Don Richard, ace king 7-5, suited in clubs. Dorsal with aces, and he's gonna go pot. 125. He does have hearts. Roach making the call.
Don't do anything crazy, guys.
Don Richard making the call. And Escoyo getting a good price to close the action. We'll flick in the black chip, and we are going 5 ways to a $626 pot.
This is Tony's plan, but Semo's pot. Oh, baby. You know what I got even aces out there?
And Dorso flopping top set, as everybody else is pretty much drawing. Oh, Don Richards needing a 6 for a straight, and he's going to lead out. Dorso flopping top set, only making the call, and we're going heads up. So Don Richard needs a 6 or a straight. That's not it. Does he have any hearts? I don't think he has hearts as backup. Dorsal with the hearts. think Dorst is going to put out something small here. He's betting 260. 2 black chips, 2 green chips, 2 red chips.
2 of each. Ah, sí, cierto, 2 of each. I like that.
So all the 6s are gone. 1 deuce is remaining. He does have ace-5 in his hand, so I thought it was just a gut shot. It's actually a double gut shot, as a 6 or a deuce will make a straight for him. And he has 1 out. Needs to hit a deuce. That's not it, as Dorsal will fill up. Aces full of 10s. So Don Richard also had top pair there, which is why he called it off. The last ace hit it on the flop, and that got Don Richard in trouble. All right, last hand coming up. Once again, thank everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight, TCH Live. If you still haven't subscribed, make sure you take care of that. And it'll be a rebuy for Richard, $6.50. It'll be a $10 straddle for Baby Spider. Might be 15. It's hard to tell with the overhead shot. It's at least 10. It might be 15.
You guys high-lowing or early bet for 25 on the board? Early bet?
Okay, it's actually 25 as he just added some chips.
What time? But he plays tackle or flag? Is it close by? I mean, if I'm away, Hopkins by. Okay. If I get up early, I'll call you guys. 8:30, right? 25 on the board? 8:30 or 9:30? Let's go get on Saturday.
All right, so last hand of the stream. These players are still going to continue to play, but this is the last hand we are streaming. Our next stream here from the Rio Grande Valley will be on Wednesday, secondary channel, ladies night, 1-3, no limit hold'em. Ace King Jack 3 for Don Richard, and he's gonna say pot. 130.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to get on Amazon right now and order that stuff. Yeah. Let me get on. Put it in my cart, please.
And looks like David's going to be making the call with his Queen 976 diamonds. His diamonds are live. And we're going heads up. Final pot of the night. Who's it going to be? 8-3-3. And that'll be the final hand of the night once again. Thank everybody for joining.